Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Dusty Book Sniffers. It's midweek reading and productivity sprints. We're here for the next 10 hours. I did start an hour late today. And in a way, I'm glad I did because I had a big, big weekend and a big, big Monday and then yesterday. And I finally got home at 10 o'clock last night. And I'll tell you, I am pooped. I am glad that all I'm doing today is reading. Lockie was such a sweetheart while I was away. He mopped the kitchen floor for me because I just didn't get time to do that. And he's tidied up all the yard where the dogs ripped their stuffed toy apart again. And so, yeah, I come home and everything was clean. And I was just like, oh, what a sweetie. He's a good kid. Like, his mum is so missing out on so much. That he's such a good kid. And yeah, so for those that don't know, we have a young lad living here, and like he's in a shack out the back and all the rest of it, and he helps Brendan out, and he's in the cars and all that sort of stuff. So he loves hanging out with Brendan. But he moved in here about 8 months ago, I think it was, something like that, and maybe 5 months ago, something around that mark anyway. But he was living pretty rough where he was living, and he's got his own little shack out there. He obviously shares bathroom and everything with me as well, but he's got his own space and all that sort of stuff. And he's wrapped. He's absolutely wrapped. So he's in the process of getting a job for where they hold the slow and stop signs and all that sort of stuff on roadworks. And so he's currently in the process of getting qualified for all of that. So he sometimes feels a little bit lost. But when I went away on Monday, I just didn't have time because there was forecasting storms and stuff, and so I didn't bother mopping the floor because the reason why it was such a concerning thing is because Alfie had come in with muddy feet and put mud all over the tiles. And we have red volcanic dirt here. So, so on white tiles, it does not look pretty. So anyway, I come home and it was all mopped, and I'm like, oh, he's such a good kid. Thank you so much. So, yeah. But he's already toddled off. I haven't had a chance to see him yet. So, just thank him in person. I'd rather thank him in person, but I'm going to have to send him a text, I think. So, yeah. So, I am super excited. I've got Coda over on... I've got my new computer is up and running. So that is setting up there. I'm just putting bits and pieces on. Coda and I are in a content creating meeting at the moment. We're both running late today. I actually slept in. So my new little computer, this is my travel computer. So I can edit and everything while I'm over in the UK and stuff like that, so I can get the videos out to you and everything. So I'm super excited about that. It wasn't supposed to come until January. It turned up yesterday. So I'm pretty happy. I was in Brisbane for the last couple of days with Savannah, and we booked all our accommodation. So all our dates are now set in place where we will be in the UK and everything like that. I'm going to be in Leeds with Paula. I've sent the dates through to Paula, so I'm going to be in Leeds for several days. So I'll be able to definitely catch up with Paula. And I'm going to be in London quite a bit. So at the beginning and at the end of our trip, and we're coming in for a day from Oxford before we head off to Paris. So we'll be in Oxford for 3 days with 3 or 4 days with Savannah's friend, and she's going to show us all around Oxford and all that sort of stuff. And then we're going to go and see A Midsummer Night's Dream at the Globe, Shakespeare at the Globe, which is a must. Like, neither Savannah and I are into Shakespeare, but A Midsummer Night's Dream is playing, and as the saying goes, when in Rome. But we're in the UK. How can we not? So we're going to go do that. And then that's on the 23rd of January. And then after we finish that, we're jumping on the Eurostar and heading over to Paris, and we're in Paris for 4 days now. So we went from not going to Paris at all to being in Paris for 4 days. And I'll tell you, when we were trying to find the accommodation yesterday, because we're like, we want cheap accommodation, nice but cheap, like we need to do this on a budget and all that sort of stuff. Anyway, we were looking up things to like, we've also paid for our attractions as well. So tickets to the Eiffel Tower, the Basilica is free, so we're going to go and see that. The Louvre, we got a good day in that. The catacombs we wanted to go and see. Unfortunately, they are closed in winter because of safety concerns. If it snows, they tend to flood when the snow melts. So they closed. So Savannah was a little bit disappointed, but she was a little bit apprehensive about going because she had read that. And so the fates have just gone, well, you can't go anyway because it's closed. So that sorted that problem out. So we're doing the Louvre and all that sort of stuff. And of course we'll be going to Shakespeare & Co., which is a famous bookstore in Paris. We'll be going to that. But when we were looking up the accommodation, there was one that Tyler brought up. This is a travel agent that brought up, and I looked at it. I looked at Tyler. I looked at it again, and then Tyler goes, "It looks like there's dead bodies in that bed," and I'm like, "It looks like a morgue," because they hadn't really it looked like all they'd done is just pulled the blankets up over the pillow to make it neat. So I'm like, I'm not staying there. Anyway, we found another one that's really close to it's right near a train station in Paris, and it's close to where we want to go, like certain things that we want to see and all that sort of stuff. And it looks really neat and tidy and all that. So we ended up booking that, and we got it so cheap. Like it was so cheap. Like we were shocked how cheap it was and the location of it. So but there was lots of pictures, the ratings were good for it and all that sort of stuff. And as I said to Savannah, even if we get there and it's shit, it doesn't matter. Because it's bloody cheap for Paris. So yeah, so we booked a place in Bath. We were going to do a pub stay in Bath. And as soon as we found that, and it was a nice cheap price too. We're there in Bath for 3 days. We've got sort of some travel days in there, so we've got another place that we're going. So we're staying in Bath for 3 days, but we'll go other places. And so anyway, this one came up, and I'm like, oh, it's so pretty. And I don't normally do that girly sort of thing, especially in public. And even the travel agent, she's like, that is so pretty. So I don't think that there was like anything to say negative about it or anything like that we've seen. The only thing that we changed up was we're not getting breakfasts at any of the hotels because it was like $50 extra a day per person. And we're like, no, that's just ridiculous. Like, because we got one place, it was $500 for us to stay there for 3 days. But if we got breakfast, it was $800. And I'm like, that's $300. I'm not even going to eat $300 worth of food in that time. Like, and so we opted for not to do that. And there's an app that we found for when we're in London that shows you where all the cheap food is, and they have vouchers on it and all that sort of stuff. There's a guy on Instagram that I've been watching, and for the life of me, I cannot remember his name right now. I've been watching, and he's been promoting this app, and a lot of businesses put things under £5. So I said to Savannah, it is worth it if we can save some money on some foods, like especially breakfast and stuff like that. So we're just probably just going to grab a box of cereal and some milk when we get to our hotel. That'll be our breakfast, maybe a sandwich or something like that. And that'll be nice and cheap. So we're going to do that. But we ended up going over budget by a little bit. So what blew it out was the Eurostar over to Paris and the extra day in Paris. But in saying that, we've gone over budget, but everything is paid for. The only thing we haven't paid for right now is the sleeper car, and we have to wait for our train thing to come through, our Flexi Pass, because we can use our Flexi Pass to get a cheaper price. So that's the only thing that's not booked right now, but we'll be fine. Like we'll be booking that in the next week or so. And then of course we forgot to take my money with us because Savannah's had my money and all that sort of stuff. So she forgot to take it with her. We got there and we were in the city, and she's like, and I'm like, you forgot the money, didn't you? So yeah, anyway, that's fine. She's going in tomorrow or Friday to pay that and all that sort of stuff. We paid $3,000 yesterday, and that will get all of our accommodation pretty much done. And then I've just got to go down to the bank at some stage today and put some more money in cash in the bank for Savannah to pay the train fare and all that sort of stuff. So we have our Flexi Pass, we have our Euro, we have all our accommodation solidly booked. And we did it all on a budget. And so basically we were just short some food money and some spending money. So we're going to be doing, and you'll hear all about it in a video and what happened and all that sort of stuff. So I'm not going to go into that. I'm going to actually film it. But I got my new little travel computer. So this is, I got a refurbished computer off Amazon. I have set it up. I'm using StreamYards on it now. The camera is quite a good little camera on it. Has a slide bar and everything. So it works really well and whatnot. So let me just bring this a little bit closer. You can see there, it works really well. So we're testing it out this morning. And I've got Filmora already set up on it. All my bits and pieces are all set up on it. It's only £3 for those that use that, still about 1.5 kilos for those that use metric. It's quite responsive and all that sort of stuff. The only thing it didn't come with was it came with the power pack to plug into the computer. It didn't come for the lead to plug into the power board. So I had HP. I've always had HP computers. So I had a compatible thing here anyway. So yeah. So this is going to be my travel computer and also my editing computer for while I'm away and stuff like that. Obviously, I'll still work on this and all that sort of stuff. But for the most part, this is just going to be one that I can take with me. So over the next few days, I am going to make a padded sleeve for this. That's the beauty of being a sewer. I can make my own padded sleeve for it. And then that way it gives a little bit of added protection. I was just looking for my iPad one. It must be in the bedroom because I was taking that with me the other day, so it must be still in my bedroom. But it seems to be working okay and everything like that. So yeah, and I'm pretty much got everything. We're ready to go. My backpack came yesterday. I've got a couple of things to get. I got my passport yesterday. I picked that up from Brisbane. So yeah, and it's pretty much. I am leaving on the 13th. We fly out. But I'm leaving the house on the 12th. I'm going to stay at Brendan's place that night. I don't know whether I should or not. Like, I'm into mines. Oh, the kittens are so funny. Their paws are coming under the thing and they're scratching on the carpet because they can hear me in here. But they were chewing on cords before. So until they stop chewing on cords, they can't come in here. I would hate for them to get electrocuted because they've bitten too hard through a cord. So, yeah. But anyway, yeah, so I'm debating where I'm going to stay. I think that for the 2 days leading up to travel, I need to just relax and just watch some TV, make sure that I'll have everything packed before the weekend before I go, because the beauty of it, it's all winter stuff, so I don't need any of it. And I've just got all my toiletries and everything yesterday. So I think that I will just have everything packed and ready to go. I've got to do my checklist. I've got to make sure that I've got all my Google stuff ready to go for the Women's Prize for Fiction and Nonfiction videos that I'm filming there. I'm trying to get used to vlogging and stuff like that and not worrying about people looking at me. So I've got to get my GoPros and all that sort of stuff sorted out as well. So that's the next 4 weeks, basically. So, yeah, today is basically a day of getting ready for the new year with Coda, and then also doing my list that I need to pack. My winter coat has arrived and it looks very nice. I was pretty happy with it. My thermals have arrived. I'm just waiting on my thermal tights because I've got a couple of double layered long skirts and stuff like that. So I'm waiting for my thermal tights to arrive. They should be here next week. And I've got some stuff coming from Shein, just like for pouches and stuff like that I don't have time to make. So for cameras and all that sort of thing. So I've got to get them today, and then that's it. I'm done. It'll all be here and I'll be ready to go. And then I think the 2 days before I leave, we're just going to cruise. I'm just going to cruise at home, probably not read, just watch TV, watch movies, and just pretty much keep to myself and just relax and nap a lot and all that sort of stuff in preparation for travel. And yeah, and I've got my earbuds coming too. So I've got noise cancelling headphones, but There's these loop ear ones, they're called switch ones, and you can actually block out motor droning and all that sort of stuff. So I'm going to put them in and then with over, and then I should be able to sleep without a problem. And that, so yeah. All right, let's have a look and see who is here. That's enough about me today. So it's all happening, right? It's all happening. So if I'm a little bit frazzled, it's because it's all happening, okay? But we are going to be here for the next 10 hours. We're going to get some serious reading done today. I'm going to get some serious planning done today, and maybe reading a bit later. If I do read, I'm going to be reading The Charmed Library. And when I finish that, I will move on to the next book. So, and then I'll have to review that and all the rest of it. I have been approved for a couple of things on NetGalley in the last couple of days. I got The Bookbinder's Secret by A.D. Bell. I got approved for that on the 8th, so 2 days ago. And I also got approved for Pixie by Jill Dawson, which I am super excited about because Jill Dawson has actually been on the Women's Prize for Fiction shortlist before, long list, something like that. It's been on a list anyway. So I'm pretty happy about that. And Pixie is the story, drawing on the story of the Pamela, where is her name? Pamela Pixie Coleman Smith. Basically is the original artist for the tarot, the most common tarot, which is W.E. Waite, I think is how you pronounce that. So it looks really good. There's already lots of chit chat and all that sort of stuff about it and whatnot. So I'm pretty excited to get it. And I'm probably actually going to read this sooner rather than later, because when I seen it, I'm like, thank you very much. I need to have that. Put that out into the universe. And I got it. And it's by Bloomsbury Publishing PLC, UK and Australia, New Zealand. So I'm excited. And the other one, bookbinding, Jean sent it through to me. It's an audio book, A Bookbinder's Secret, that's put out by Macmillan Audio. And it says historical fiction. And basically it says a young bookbinder begins a hunt for the truth when a confession hidden beneath the binding of a book reveals the story of forbidden love, lost fortune, and murder. It sounds very similar to The Binding by Bridget Collins. It gave me that sort of vibe, and I really like that book. So I'm like, thank you very much. I'll take that. It's a 12-hour audio, a little over 12-hour audiobook, but no one's actually picked it up. So I'm going to drop the UK catalog one if you want it for the US. Basically, you just change the .uk to .com and leave everything else the same. It is now in the comments. You can go check that out. That is coming out in January, and the archive date for that is the 20th of January. So if you're going to request it, you need to request it now. Download it to your NetGalley app. And then that way you can listen to it. It's only a 12-hour audio book, so yeah. All right, hello, Anna. Welcome on in. I'm finally able to read today. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad you're here as well. Hello, Glenda. Welcome on in. All the hellos are here. We're going to burn over the internal hellos today. I hope you don't mind, but I will click them up on the screen. But I am going to go over the internal hellos and touch on all of what I can. Good morning, Lils. How are you? Still reading Breaking Dawn, but hopefully to finish the day. Currently at 57%. Nicely done. Lexi's also here. Hi, friends, doing some cleaning, and then I'll do some editing. Nicely done. We need to have that. Hello, Jamie and everybody from Glenda, and all the hellos coming in. Ahoy from Coda. Hey, best me. We're playing on the other computer in the background just because we've got to get a lot of stuff planned, and we have both been so busy that this is the first time we've been able to do it. And luckily, the face have been, because we were only going to do it for 2 hours this morning. We were both late. But my computer turned up yesterday, so we can continue on. So that's all good. And that Sarah's also here. Welcome on in, Sarah. Thank you for being here. Lady Momentous, welcome on in. Oh, hun, so you're just going to be lurking today. I'm so sorry that you're still sick. Hopefully you feel better soon, hey? I think you said you had a cold or something. Now correct me if I'm wrong. Addie's also here as well. I've got this thing, and it keeps catching like this mouse that changes color, like it's got rainbow. I don't know if you can see it. It's white at the moment, but it changes color, and it keeps distracting me. I think I put it down underneath. And my keyboard also does the same thing. It's got like rainbow colors through it. Because the computer's a little away from me. So I don't know if you can see it or not, but it's got rainbow colors in it and it moves on that. And it's very distracting because I see it out of the corner of my eye. So I'll just move the mouse. Yes, feel better soon. Most definitely, lady. Momentous. Sarah says, I am reading an arc of the Sweet Secret. Nice. So hopefully you're enjoying it. Romance, I'm assuming. Mel's also here as well. Hello, Mel. Welcome on in. Ashley's also here as well. Welcome on in. Mel is listening to an ALC of Amari and the Metalworks Menace. Nice. I did apply for that. I have not been approved yet. So, yeah. But to be fair, I haven't written reviews for the other books. So, and I haven't read the third one yet either because I'm waiting to see Mia. My granddaughter loves Amari and we listen to it in the car together. So, yeah. Jane is here as well. Hi, all. I will be reading Isola. Is that how you pronounce it? By Algera Goodman. What's it about? I'm interested to know. Jamie says, I'm starting with my current arc tonight, The Book Depository by David Apricot, a sci-fi with a good premise. But the plot needs to focus and the writing is a bit flat so far, so 3.5 stars. That's fair. It's hard when there's no focus in the plot. You're just like, really? Okay. Anne's also here as well. We went to New York City with our daughter's high school class to see the Rockettes on Saturday. It was an incredible show. We also went to the Strand bookstore. Nice. Fun times. I'm also working my way through poetry book, Contemporary Khazar literature. I don't know. I think I said that right. Probably didn't. Poetry and anthology so far. Some poems I also actually liked, and I'm not a poetry fan. Oh, yes. All the hellos coming in for Coda Lexi, and how's everything to Sarah from Ali. I highly Jamie, I highly recommend The Intentions of a Thunder by Patricia Smith. It won the National Book Award for Poetry this year. There you go. I'm not a huge poetry fan either. Good. Anna, how are you? I tell you, I am like, it has been an epic week from last week. Like, I have been online, I feel like, every day. I've been in comments every day. I feel like I've been permanently attached to a computer except for the last 2 days, which was great. But I tell you, I've hit a wall today, and I've taken vitamin B and a coffee and all the things, and I'm like, I need to sleep. I'm a lot better now that I finished my semester. Nice. And is reading a tracker by Alexis Wright. Nicely done. Hello, Jean. How are you? I've been haunted by Kindle's changes that Chris complained about. Totally unnecessary. Really? Listening to Sense and Suitability at 66%. It's so cute. I know, right? Oh, no, you did. Oh, that's just rude. Yeah, she loves it. And, oh, mate, if I pause that, like, she'll close her eyes, and I think that she's fallen asleep. So I pause it, and she'll open up her eyes. She goes, I was listening to that. Okay, put that back on. Like, oh, okay. And then when she's here, or if I'm at her place, she'll put my headphones on and she'll go and lay on her bed and listen to it. That I've got the books for her. I've got the first 2 books in hardcover, so I want to get the other 2 books as well. I'm hoping that they're going to bring out a box set so they all match in hardcover. Once they're done, and then I'm going to buy them for her, but she loves it. As soon as she sees me or she gets in the car, we're listening to Amari, right? And I'm like, yes, sweetie, we are. So we are about 3/4 of the way through the second one at the moment. I've already read the second one, and I'll probably read the third one as well. I just sort of get a preempt because a reading of it, just in case there's any topics that I think that she might be curious about, I can be ready for it. And that, so she does it, because if you hesitate with her, she looks at you and she's like, you're not telling me everything. That's bloody been like that since she was 5, and she's now 10, so it could only have got worse in the last months. So yeah. All the hellos, you still have a headache? Oh, hun, yeah, that's from your back, right? Putting it out. Currently laying down. I think, yeah, you need to do that for sure. Hello, Paula. Welcome on in. I sent you the dates on Instagram that I'll be in Leeds. Hey, all beautiful people swinging by to give a cheeky thumbs up. Nice and done. I hope your headache goes away soon, says Mel to Jean. Hello to Paula. All the hellos are coming in. Sorry about your headache, Jean. Hope you feel better, from Glenda. Hey to Glenda and Mel from Paula. I love that. I love that the cover for the Metalworks is purple. Oh, nice. I sort of looked at it, but I didn't want to, just in case I got rejected for it. But I did request it. I love the cover of Metalworks because it's purple, and I need to get a physical copy of this one and the third one. Yeah. Hello, Healing Kitty to Jean for sure. I wonder if Tracker will be on the women's prize of the long list. I don't know. For the nonfiction, I do not know, because this nonfiction long list is doing my head in, because I want to do a prediction video for it. There are some that I definitely think will at least maybe get a look in. I don't know whether they'll be on it, but I think that they'll get a look in. So I'm hoping that, I don't know, I'm just going to put it out there. I'm not a nonfiction girly, but I think I don't know. I'm talking with Chris about it as well. So if you've got any input on what you think might be on there, and feel free to send me an email with a list of the ones that you are going to put on there, because I'm definitely going to be mentioning Chris has been helping me with this, and I will definitely mention you in a video as well if you send through a list. I mean, ultimately, I'm just going to bring all those books together, and then I'm just going to have to sit there and, I don't know, maybe do a tarot reading. Bring all the powers of be in to find out what I'm going to do. The women's prize for fiction one, I've got a pretty solid list, I think, of to choose from. So I think that I will get a fair, decent one. Again, I'm going to be filming and that's something that I've got to do today. I have to get that sorted today and tomorrow, because I've got to do the summaries for them. And I need to have that Google document there so I can, do all the things that I need to do for the video and all that sort of stuff. So, yeah. And I'm probably going to have that printed off as well. So I'll have it on the computer and also have it printed off. But if it gets damaged or whatever, at least I'll still have it on the computer. And I've got a few videos that I've got to get done in the next week as well. So, yeah, and I'm going to have an early night tonight, because I just need to have an early night, because I'm absolutely buggered. So yeah. My eyes are actually really sandpapery today. Yeah, I've already got that one, Anne. I predict all the way to the river is going to be on there. I do have that one on there, and I've also got the Marion Taves one as well. Is definitely going to be on there. I've actually read that one, and I just recently read an art one. I think that will possibly be on there, called Plunder and Survival. I can't remember the author. It was on NetGalley. Just let me have a look. Manage this. So I've got a whole heap of non-fiction stuff on there. So on the possible women's prize one from NetGalley, I've got 25 books on there. I've actually narrowed some of them down, and I'm still going through that list and going, yeah, you can go, you can go, you can go. I haven't read them all, but I think, yeah. Let me just find it. Non-fiction. Okay, on the non-fiction one, I've got 26 books, but I've just gone in there and just put a whole heap in there. I haven't started to weed that down yet. So just looking at the last two lists and all that sort of stuff, I think I've got 12 that I think will be on there. So yeah. All the Way to the River is one of them. So let me just have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have on there 10 so far. I think it's 12 on the other one. So yeah, but I've got a ton of books in here that I think may end up on there. So Plunder and Survival was the one I was talking about. It's by Suzanne LaBelle. So what that was about was the Nazis, when they went in and they took took all the art and everything, and it's telling the story of the degenerate art that they said was, they had a big show and all that sort of stuff. My brain is not working this morning as far as going for book reviews and whatnot, but it went into the detail of the book, of everything being taken, and then how a lot of it has ended up in America, and how they're trying to get the artwork back to the original owners. In some cases, the original owners or the descendant of the owners have actually sold it to museums and stuff like that, but or private collectors. But yeah, there's a lot of information in there, and there was a lot of dates as well. I find that this is probably a book that you could go back to a couple of times and read, and just, when you come across the artwork in a museum or something like that, you could probably do a little bit of cross-referencing with this and know who it actually belonged to originally. I don't actually need that in because no one's on screen with me, and all that sort of stuff. So I found it really interesting. I am not an art historian by any stretch of the imagination, but I do appreciate good art and all that sort of stuff, and appreciate the fact that this was telling a story about art that was essentially demonized by the Nazi regime, and how some of them profited from it and all the rest of it. It also talks about all the artwork that was found in the salt mines and stuff as well. And it also talks about, I don't know if any of you remember, but there was, I believe he was in Austria. I could be wrong, but in 2012, there was a big raid on a house, and they found all of this artwork in this house, like hundreds of pieces. And then subsequently they found more that this person had basically hoarded. And it was all stolen property. So it was actually, like, I was talking to my husband about this book, and he goes, "Oh, I remember something about that." I said, "Yeah, back in 2012, when I started reading it, I had a memory come forward because it made all the news, global news, and stuff like that." So I think that one it might be on there. And just going from the past two lists that we've had, we had Agent Zoe last time on there. So this one is called Churchill's Angel, and this is about, I haven't read it yet, but I'm planning on reading it pretty soon. I don't know how many pages this is, but it has archived. It's called Churchill's Angel, The Life of SIS Agent Hazel Jicky Smith. So SIS is now MI6. So back in the Second World War, I just had to think that, yeah, Second World War, Jicky worked at the British Embassy, and leading up to it, and then she became an undercover agent, and she played a really important role in the intelligence community of the SIX, now MI6. So I thought that that's, Agent Zoe, this is a British person, not a Polish, so something a bit different. Then I have found a nonfiction called You Had to Be There by Jodie Harsh. And this one is The Odyssey Through the Noughties, London One Night at a Time. You Had to Be There. So again, drawing on, who was it again? Chris, you're in the comments. The book about the singer that everybody loved. So I figured this would be on, and it's told by DJ Jodie Harsh, who saw, did, and survived it all. And Jodie Harsh arrived in London at age 15 in 2001, heading straight off the train from Canterbury to her first club night at Astoria. Intoxicated by this initial taste of city nightlife, she didn't leave the party for 5 years, falling in with the wrong people and exploring the sides of London's best experience undercover of darkness. So it sounded really good. I got approved for that one. It came out by Faber and Faber. It falls into the criteria. It is LGBTQIA plus. Non-fiction. It is a memoir, falling under the biographies and memoir. but it's also, it's a nonfiction, and it was put out by Faber and Faber. So I thought, like that would be one. And then this one, Chris recommended to me, Motherland, and definitely thinks it will definitely be on there. Now, Dead and Alive, I don't know what their take is. I haven't looked this up. This is an essay and collections by Zadie Smith. Dead and Alive essays. So I don't know whether essays will fall into the criteria, but it is one. It's Zadie Smith. She's been on the Women's Prize before. She's been on Booker, I think. She's been on a lot of prize winning, like on prize lists and stuff like that. So I don't know whether this is on there. So I've got to go and do a little bit further research. So this is might be on the nonfiction. And then we have In the Shadow of the Rising Sun. Now, I got declined for this one. I also got declined for the Zadie Smith one. However, I do have the Zadie Smith one on my Kindle. I do not have In the Shadow of the Rising Sun at the moment. But this one is February 1942. 9-year-old Olga and her family were in Singapore. This is a nonfiction, obviously. It's falling under biography and memoirs and history. And she was in Singapore when the city fell to the Japanese Imperial Army in the biggest defeat of history of the British forces. Now, if you know your history of World War II, you know that the British actually fell hard against the Japanese, and it took them a long time, and it took to drop an atomic bomb to actually win that section of that what do they call it? Theater. Is that what they call it again, Jamie? Yeah, I always try to block that word out. But anyway, that section of what was happening down here down this part of the world in the Second World War, because really there were actually 2 wars going on, at the time. So the Japanese Imperial Army were actually making some really strong advances and whatnot at the same time as the Nazis were doing their thing up in Europe. So there was actually there's the South Pacific war and also the European war that was happening simultaneously in the World War. So yeah, it was a bit full on. So I think Olga Henderson's book will probably make it on there. And then I've got just a ton of other ones. Children Like Us is by a Canadian author. One Aladdin, Two Lamps. A Truce Is Not Peace by Miriam Taves. That's definitely, I think, will make its way on there. And All the Way to the River by Elizabeth Gilbert. Although I have had a discussion with Chris, and we think that maybe it might be a bit too popular, too Oprah-ish to be on there. But again, the nonfiction list is so new, it's too hard to predict what they're going to go for each time. So yeah, because this is only its 3rd year. And then I've got a ton of other ones that I have found. I think there's an Australian one. No, that's not it. Hotel Exile may be on there. Yeah, and there's a couple other ones that may be on there as well. So I just have to go through my list and see what's there and formulate a list of 16. So yeah, we'll see where we end up. So that's sort of my nonfiction ones that I'm going to get into. All right, let me see. I agree about the Kindle changes. The changes are not reader intuitive. It is called A Truce Is Not Peace by Miriam Taves. It came out. We actually did a sprint on this, if someone can find that, because I can't remember when we did it. But it was published on the 26th of August. It came out. So yeah, and Jamie, myself, and Jessica Kiwi did a live reading of that and discussion. Paula is off to bed. Good night, Paula. Have a good sleep. Happy sprinting to us. Thank you very much. All the good nights are coming in. Hello, Anna. Thank you very much, Chris. Charu. Hello, Anna, Glenda, and Paula. Good night to Paula. That's it. Pacific Theatre and the European Theatre. Yeah. Are you doing up the self thing, the education thing again? On that, did I say to you, because I think you said it somewhere, maybe here on Sprints, I said I'd be down to do that. So yeah, if you're still going to do that, I'm still down for doing that. Yeah, anyway, we'll talk. Just hit me up on Facebook, hon. Robin's here. Good morning, Robin. Welcome on in. All the hellos are coming in. Hey, just Kiwi. I'm really tired. Me too. You know what? You and I need to run off somewhere and just sleep. Book a hotel. You know where would be a really good place to go? Cooper Pedy, because they're underground and there's no noise. You can't hear any noise whatsoever, and they're so dark. It's almost like where you go into those pods and it's all dark and there's no sound and you're just floating in water. So yeah, it's almost like that. I had the best sleep in Cooper Pedy ever in my life. Hey to Robin. Hey to Just Kiwi and Night Paula. All the hellos are coming in. I'm just going to go over these. Agreed, right? Just need to go somewhere and just sleep and do nothing. Not even read, not get on a computer, not do anything, just sleep. Oh, the bliss. I mean, I know a lot of my problem is I haven't been able to get into the doctors and I've run out of my medication. So that would be my thyroid medication, and it's been a month now. So I'm going to be ringing them today and go, you know what? Just give me a script. I don't need to actually see the doctor. Yeah. Nonfiction is so hard to predict. So many of what they pick, I had never even heard of this year as well. I had heard none of them. And I had watched everybody's predictions and all the rest of it. I don't think anybody heard of any, maybe one or two, and that was about it. Bring me the darkness. I know, right? All right. We have got to the end of the comments. I can't believe that I've all talked about all the Women's Prize and all the things. I must be talking really fast today because I've just done all of that and also done it in 40 minutes and all the hellos and all the things. And most of the nonfiction has not been on NetGalley yet. There's also that. I've got some stuff off NetGalley, but it's been very American-centric. A lot of the ones, like there was one that I read, Hester Street, which is about a movie in 1975 that was produced by a woman and just the hardship she had to make it. Very short book, but very well done, and all that sort of stuff. And all the, like, the people around it and stuff like that. But I just don't think it's one that'll make it on there. So yeah, so I don't know, like it's so hard. So like I'm sort of drawing on people that may have been on Women's Prize stuff, so Zadie Smith or other prize things and that, and Chris has been a huge help with this as well, because I'm a little lost when it comes to nonfiction, and I gladly admit that. So yeah, so we've sort of just been talking in email and like sort of going backwards and forwards and everything, but I want to get this list locked down. I need to have these lists locked down within the next week or so, because I want to be able to do up all of my video scripting and all that sort of stuff and have that ready to go. And if I've got a list and I can put all that in, and because some of the nonfiction things have really long summaries, so to make it a little bit quicker and succinct, I'm taking those summaries and asking ChatGPT to summarize the summary into a video script. So basically, and then he gets them down to, like, instead of something taking me 5 minutes to read, he'll get it down to 2.5 minutes, so it cuts it in half. And then I can tweak it from there to, you know, like if it's a little bit robotic or it's a little not structured as good as I want it, I play around with it from there. But it's just easier to get him to summarize the summary. That way I don't have to, I can go through and have a look and I think, yep, this, that, and the other. Because sometimes there's a lot of praise as well for the book. So I'll ask him, I'll put the praise in. I'm like, can you summarize this praise as well into maybe 2 or 3 sentences and stuff like that. And yeah, so I'm not adverse to using ChatGPT to help me do that, because it saves me a shit ton of time. That I'm not taking away from anything. I'm still just, it's just a lot when, you know, it's almost like an essay on the synopsis. Hello to Glenda and Anna, and hey, Coda from Mel. I actually read What the Seas Can Be off one of the lists, but that just made me more confused, because I wouldn't have expected to be listed for prizes. Interesting. That's interesting. All the hellos have just come in. Hello, lurking, just popping in. No worries. Thanks for being here. Christina, what's going on in your world? You spelled my name wrong, but anyway. Oh, you're at the dentist today. That's right. That's right. I remember now. You go to bed. Don't be lurking. Just go to bed, hon. Go relax. Let your mouth relax and all that sort of stuff. So I'm guessing by the way you just typed out hi Nicole all backwards and upside down and inside out that yeah you're on the drugs. That so yeah. And hello, lovely Christina. Premiering now bootcamp readathon. Yeah, thank you. I forgot that was premiering today. I will have to watch it. Christina, Cody, you disappeared. What's going on? Oh, I'll be back. Something about updates. Okay, cool. Cool. I have to turn off the notifications on that. So yeah. All right, let's bring the timer up, shall we? We've got a Christmas timer today because it's December. And Christina Bay. Yeah. We're going to do a 90-minute sprint. Let me center that a bit. So scoot with and save. Oh, I must have sat weird yesterday because my shoulder's bloody. Oh no, I was carrying stuff on this side yesterday. All right, we're going to start the timer. I will see you all in 90 minutes. Happy reading. Remember, we are here for 10 hours today. So grab your snacks, your cuppers, all the things, and chill out and relax. And yeah, we will get some serious reading done today. I'll see you all in 90 minutes. Well, hello, we are back. How did we all go? I got no reading done. I did, however, get to the bank. I have made some lunch, and I'm chit-chatting with Coda. Spent a good 15 minutes trying to work out why we couldn't hear Coda. We worked out why. Also learnt that I have a back button on this mouse and shot myself out of studio. So yeah, it was very eventful in that aspect. So, and I'm having, just so Coda knows, I'm having a tiger roll with sausage, cheese, and pickles on it, because that was what was left over in the fridge. I've cooked nothing because I've not been here for 2 days. So yeah, so that is what I'm having for lunch today. And yeah, I have started doing my to-do list. I've got to edit a video today. I have to make a list for women's prize and non-fiction and fiction, and then I have to collect all the synopses from those. This to-do list will last longer than today, obviously. And then I have to clean up my sewing room at some stage, but it is so hot here at the moment that my little aircon is just struggling out there. So I thought I would just wait till tonight and or tomorrow night or something like that, those lines, when I come back from Brendan's, because it'll be a lot cooler then. So yeah, and that's all I've really done. All right, let's have a look and see how you all went during that sprint. I did start. Oh, and I watched Courtney's boot camp readathon, which I'm a co-host for. So if you haven't watched that already, head on over to Tangible Reads and check them out. They definitely have put together a nice little readathon for us. So make sure that you go and check that out. And yeah, I also had to log back in as well because StreamYard's decided to blink again, and then everything else was working except for StreamYard's. So yeah. So yeah, make sure you go over and check it on out. It is going to be a lot of fun. Molly is here and saying hello to everybody. Everybody look up. Is your name there? Say hello. Hello, Molly. How are you? Yes, ma'am. And Ali's also here as well. Welcome on in. Hello to Ali. Hello, Alicia. Welcome on in. Thank you for being here. Just joining, writing my to-do list, and then reading Illusions of Decency. Nice. Mary says, hello, folks. I'm writing Goodreads reviews. Nicely done. I think I'm actually up to date with my reviews, which is like, everybody sit down for that information. Hello to Alicia and Mary. And Anna also saying hello to Courtney, Molly, and Alicia as well. And hi to Glenda. Vanessa popped in. Hello, Nessa Nipples. Welcome on in. How are you today? What are you? I know what you're reading. Are you still reading The Kiss of Basilisk, or have you finished? I got 7 hours into it, and I think I'm up to chapter 14 or 15 on that. So yeah. I'll probably read. I think I'm just going to read that slowly because it was added into my TBR, and I think I'm just going to read it backwards and forwards from Brendan's place. That. So yeah. Hey Van, hey going, Mary and Alicia, all from Molly, and also to Ali as well from Molly. Hi to Molly from Mary. I was today years old when I learned that jellyfish are a type of plankton. Huh. I knew that information, but I don't know when I learned that information. Jenny is here. I think it's Jenny. Hello, everyone. How's your day been? My day's been busy so far. I am working on everything. And typing up wrap-up revisions. Nice. So tired lately. Been working myself to the bone, preparing myself for international travel. Same. I'm like, I need to nap. I think I'm going to nap the whole plane trip. I'm supposed to be reading Calabasas and doing a reading vlog while I'm on the plane, but I don't know how well that's going to go. We'll see. Hey, Coffee Currigate Connect from Molly. Hello, Jenny. I'm doing good here, says Glenda. Will you be able to sleep before you start traveling, Vanessa? I'm assuming that's to Vanessa. I've already said I'm taking 2 days where I'm just sleeping all day, and yeah, that's my plan. So yeah. Just read one of the kids' books, Arcs. I have to a review to post. Nice. I thought you might like that. Oh, that's so weird because Coda's on the computer just off to the side and looking directly at his computer, which looks like he's intently listening to me. But I know he's not. He's working on his computer. It's so weird. So, yeah. Addie got to 80% in the House of Sophia. Should finish in the next sprint. Now he's raising eyebrows at me. Oh, my God. I finished my crochet cardigan and got to 64% and started making a bandana out of cotton yarn. Nice. That'll be cool. That'll be sit nicely on your head. The cotton always sits really nice on your hair. Lexi says, I didn't read either, but I did get my video edited and uploaded. Got Ellie's dog tag registration paid for next year. Nice. Mel got 72% into Amari and the Metalworks Menace is a good so far and did some dishes as well. Jamie also got to 64% in my arc, and now I'm having some peanut butter cup ice cream and some honey whiskey. Interesting combination. All the hellos are coming in for everybody from Coda as well, and all to Mary and Alicia and Molly and Mary. Everybody's getting hellos from everybody. I also posted 3 nonfiction arcs by women that are my first tentative guesses at the Women's Prize nonfiction in the appropriate Discord channel of Nice. I will have a look at that. So yeah, I haven't been on Discord for the last couple of days either. I noticed that they had a few. Everybody look up. Coda is saying hello. There's all the people who's joined since my last wrap. All the hellos are going back from Vanessa as well. I am assuming you were asking me about resting before traveling. Sadly, no, to Molly. Hello to Tomb Raider as well from Alicia. Yes, so far, Mari is going well as always. Most likely another 5-star from me. Yeah. I think I've rated them all pretty high. The 2 that I've read, I'm pretty sure I've rated them. The first one I definitely rated 5 stars. I think the second one maybe a 4.75. And that because I got a little bit wishy there for a bit. But for the most part, I can't see them not being good reads at all. And is it the same? Are you listening to it or just physically reading it? I'm hoping that they're using the same narrator that they've used for the last 2 in the 3rd and 4th one. Because she's good. She's really good. Courtney fell asleep. Welcome back, Courtney. How are you? How was your nap? And hey, Courtney from Tomb Raider. And with that, that was a piece of chili on the bun. That wasn't supposed to be there. I was not prepared for that. And that was like straight up jalapeno. Ah! I was not ready for that. Oh, yeah, that's hot. Yes, I have. I've got to, I'm 7 hours into it because I listened to the audiobook because I was driving and I listened to it on the way down and then I listened to it on the way back. So, let me just bring it up and I'll tell you what chapter I'm up to. I am up to chapter 15. I want to say I'm only a little way into chapter 15. I'm liking it so far. It's slower than what I thought it was going to be, but it definitely gets straight into the spicy bits. I feel like it's probably going to get spicier as the book progresses. I don't want to say too much if you haven't started it yet, but you'll understand why when you start it. Like, so the premise is that there's a prince and the girls of the village that were born in the same year as the prince are trying to get him to marry one of them. Okay, so they all get put forward and then it's like an elimination competition, and who last girl standing gets to marry the prince. And so so that's what it is. However, they have to go to the basilisk to be educated in the ways of pleasing said prince. I don't know whose kids are here, so I'm trying to be a little bit more PC. But yeah, so it's spicy. I was expecting a little bit more spice, but I think it's going to intensify as it goes on, because it has actually intensified as it's gone on, like in what's happening. I know that this is not a YA book, but the characters are 20, so it's a more new age, like new adult. Sorry, not new age. So I'm enjoying it, but it's not at this point in time. There is more hype about this book, but then when I go and look at the content creators that are hyping about this book, I can see why that they would be excited for this book. That's all I'm going to say, Vanessa, because I've just seen your comment come up on that. So the audiobook is only $3.60 on American Audible. And the second book is out. The title for the second book is out, and I'm assuming that from the title how it's gonna play out. So they probably should have named it something a little bit different. So yeah, but anyway, I'm enjoying it so far. I don't want to put it down. I sort of want to see where it's going to go, like how spicy it's going to get, because that's what I feel like at the moment, that it's a slow burn spicy as well, like with the level of spice that happens on that. So yeah, that's sort of how I would describe it right now on that. But anyway, you should pick it up. Just put it on in the background. It's an easy listen. You could work and have it on in the background quite easily on that. So yeah. Or cooking, have it on in the background. Like there's nothing in it really that you, at this point in the first 15 chapters, there's nothing that you really have to fully focus on, right? So yeah. But some stuff is starting to happen, so which is there's a couple of times like I've just sort of had a bit of a chuckle to myself. Anyway, listening to it, I believe the narrator is the same. Awesome for Amari. That it will be awesome, because I know if they change up the narrator, Mia will be like, what's going on? That's not the same one. Christopher is being very sweet right now, hoping to lick out the ice cream bowl. They know. So, yeah. So, one of our cats, we had his Spook that was friends with Alfie. Alfie's been getting a bit too rough with Spook, so we've actually captured Spook and taken him over to the workshop yesterday. Like not capture, but like he's very jumpy and all the rest of it because of the dog. So we managed to get him into the cage, and that's always a bit of an effort with any cat. So we managed to get him into the cage, and then he was in the cage for a little while over there, and the little white one was playing footsies through the cage with him, and then we let Spook out. And Brendan sent me a message before and said Spook's come in for food. He's still hanging around, all that sort of stuff. And as Red said, even if he's just one of those cats that is a little bit elusive, but around catching the mice, it's fine. But he couldn't stay here because you could see he was on edge all the time. And as Red said, it's like an abusive relationship. Alfie's a beast, and like he walked out, and what the catalyst was, Brendan walked out, and the dog had the head of the cat in his mouth. Not biting or anything like that, just playing with him, licking him and all that sort of stuff. And the cat was like not moving. So we just decided to remove the cat. But the cat is now happy over with its sister, because its sister's over there as well. So it's vanilla ice cream base with a peanut butter swirls. Nice. Sounds good. A Walmart store brand ice cream, but tasty. Nice. pause that because we're going to go straight into a sprint in a moment. I need to start, but like I said, work is taking up all my free time. Yeah, I can understand that. I am watching TV, so I have you on very low. All good. That ice cream sounds delicious, Jamie. It does. I'm working on my essay, says 6. Nice. Reading after. Nice. We have a plan. That's all that matters. So, yeah. Hello to 6. I feel like Kiss of the Basilisk will not be for me. Well, I don't know. Do you like spicy books? To me, it's pretty tame on that. So, but yeah, we've all established that I read. My smart meter's broken. So yeah, just finished an audiobook where Teddy Hamilton was like the third side character. Oh really? Oh my goodness. Spook, one of the big cats we had here on that. So yeah. Beans is still here, but Voodoo has gone missing and we haven't found her. And she's actually microchipped. So if she had been picked up by anywhere, she would have been. We would have got a message, but we have not found her anywhere. She's gone. I haven't seen her for 6 weeks. She's been missing for, and I am so angry. Like I haven't talked about it because I just want to scream at Neroli because I didn't want the dog here in the first place. And Spook was one that they were sleeping together and eating it. They've been eating out of the same bowl and everything together. The dog and because the dog and the kitten were here when they were tiny. But Alfie is just getting more and more boisterous and rougher because he's bigger and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, Brennan's like, no, we just need to get him out. Beans is still here. She comes in at night, gets some food and all that sort of stuff. And then I've got the 2 little kittens here. The white cat's gone over to Brendan's as well, the ones that we rescued the other week. So yeah. And I've got 2 little kittens here as well that they may be staying, they may go. I don't know yet. So here's a coon dog, wolfhound. I don't know. He's a mongrel. He's got all big dogs and all that sort of stuff. He's gentle, but he's just so big that he's going to end up hurting the cat, and we don't want that. So yeah. I don't mind spicy books, but the idea of having to be trained by a man to learn how to please another man gives me the ick. Like, is the prince being trained how? Oh, well, yeah, she's training him. One of the characters is like full on giving him a hard time on that. So not allowing to him have anything that he wants on that. No, he's got like good breeds in him, but he's a crossbreed on that. So yeah. So but like she has all the power and it says that, and she does have she does have all the power, and so she is not doing anything that she doesn't want to do, so to speak. And so there's some girls that have already had like sexual relations and all that sort of stuff. They're just fine tuning them and stuff like that. It doesn't bother me. That sort of stuff does not bother me. It's fiction. It's bullshit. Like, so it doesn't bother me at all. That and as I said, like, I'm probably not someone you should listen to about smart. I know what I like. I know what I read, and most people would probably say my smart meter's busted in pieces all over the place. Cody's laughing. So yeah. So basically, and that sort of stuff doesn't bother me because it just doesn't. I don't think I have to explain myself what I like to read and stuff and all that sort of stuff. I understand that it'll give other people the ick, but at the moment it's all over. What I like, said I like. Exactly, Coda. Exactly. Coda's messaging me on the other computer. So I don't know. I don't know whether where it's going to go and all the rest of it. So that's got me a bit curious. And so, yeah. So, but as I said, my smart meter is probably it's busted ass. Like it broke a long time ago. And it doesn't bother me. Sorry, guys. That I don't know what else to say. I've heard it gets really crazy though. I like watching reaction videos to that. See, like I haven't seen, and I'm not being an ageist or anything like that. I haven't seen anybody my age reading this, so this is interesting. And I'm like, I don't want to downplay the excitement and the shock and awe that some of these reaction videos are doing, and I'm like. But and I'm reading it, like as I'm reading along, well, listening along, I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah, it starts out really, like it starts out spicy. But I would say it's like a level 1 spice, maybe level 2 spice. It starts out. I'd say it's probably sitting at about 2.5, maybe 3 spice chilies right now. But honestly, it's reading really young. And yeah, I think I'll just leave it at that because I'll be interested to see what Vanessa says as well on that, because I think Vanessa's smart meter is also a broken ass as well. That is it, yeah. I think so. I think it is rookie stuff, like it's hand jobs and all that sort of stuff. Like, yeah. Anyway, did you see the video I sent you where the author has a spicy version of a book and a clean version of the book? I haven't been on anything for the last 2 days. I was speaking to you yesterday morning when I was getting ready, but other than that, I haven't been on or watched any videos or anything, because I basically spoke to you yesterday morning, Jean, jumped on a train, got into the city, walked around the city all day, didn't get back to Savannah's place until 4 o'clock, got my stuff, chucked in the car, drove 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours home, had dinner, hung out with Brennan watching Van Wives, and started Simon Wilson, our normal Tuesday night thing. And then I got home about 10 o'clock last night and promptly fell into bed. Woke up at 8 o'clock this morning and still feel like I could sleep for another 24 hours. So I have not been on Instagram. I haven't been onto the chat groups or anything like that. So I haven't been on Discord. And then I sent a message to Coda and went, I'm running late. I'll see you in 30 minutes. So yeah, I love when somebody goes on and on about how smutty it is, and I'm like, yeah, that was PG. Yeah. Well, I was talking to Brendan about it last night. I'm like, yeah, and he's like, so what's going on? And I explain, and he's like, oh, okay, so that doesn't sound, overly. I'm like, it was easy to listen to in the car. Like I didn't have to pay attention too much. There was a couple of scenes in it I'm like, interesting. There's a bit of magic in there as well, which is interesting. And it was a little bit insta-love, as like there's a little bit of it's not, I wouldn't say, well, yeah, actually I will. It's a little bit insta-love, like between two of the characters, and I'm like, on that. But then with another two characters, it's like, yeah, anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. So, yeah, no worries. All right, let's bring up the timer and we can get started for our next sprinty sprint. And, of course, I will see you all in 90 minutes. And I'm going to talk to Coda some more about things that we've got to get organised that we're doing very poorly. Like 50 Shades, that's so tame and people were up and up. Yeah, like 50 Shades of Grey, that's not even raunchy. There's a good 70s word for you. Raunchy. So, yeah, anyway, yeah, I didn't even find that. I'm like, what? Should you add 50 Shades to your list? Probably not. Should you add Kiss of the Basilisk? Well, if you want to, like there is a couple of little elements in it that have me intrigued, and it's got nothing to do with the smut. Okay, there is plot to this. I'm guessing that it's going to really start to kick up a notch because close your ears, Vanessa, turn the muted or something like that until you see the comment disappear off the screen. So at this point in time, there is a little bit of like a mystery element happening every time Tam goes to the so there's a connection between her and a character mentally, like telepathically, that she can hear what he's saying and all the rest of it, and she's now learned how to talk back to him without actually talking out loud. And so there's a telepathic connection there between two of the characters. And every time Tam, because Tam's the main female character, every time she goes up to the castle in the last couple of chapters, she's heard someone like, help me. Now she's hearing don't trust the king, and all that sort of stuff. And so that little mystery, that's got me intrigued because I'm like, the prince's mother died and it's a female voice that she's hearing. So I'm wondering, like, I'm sort of like, we've got this mystery now is, you know, and there's tensions between, tensions between the king, the reigning king, and the prince. And there's been some issues in the past with the prince selecting a bride and stuff like that. So, yeah, so, well, I hope you like, there's a spicy scene with the psychic connection, which is very interesting. But anyway, there's certain things that are happening in it. Like, yes, she's in training and all that sort of stuff. And yes, that can seem very icky, but it's no different than reading about a concubine in Japanese literature. That it's no different at all. So, because they all go through training and all that sort of stuff as well. So, and so basically, yeah, there's that to it, but she does have the power because she has confronted her trainer and also the prince in certain aspects of like, no, that's not acceptable. So Tam does have the power, but there is a power play between Tam and the prince happening at the moment. And I'll leave it at that. But there is this mystery in the background, and that's what's got me. That has gripped my attention. As far as the spice goes and all the rest of it, it's not background noise. It is very pertinent to the plot and all that sort of stuff, and it's not background noise. And what they've done in it, I think it's written okay. Well, I listened to it, so I didn't read it off the paper. It seems okay while I was listening to it. However, I do find that I would probably rather read this because I don't like listening to whiny females in any book. and sometimes she's a little bit whiny. So yeah. I like a psychic connection. Yeah. You are good at describing books to get me to actually put them on my list. I think it's your superpower. Thanks. I like that superpower. So yeah, but just know if you do go into it, she is in training, but not to be possessed. Okay, she's not in training to be possessed. She's in training to be able to pleasure herself and also the prince at the same time. So it's not as icky as it sounds. So if you look at it that way, it's not that icky, you know, because she deserves to get her rocks off just like the prince does. So, you know, hey. But yeah, there are some scenes that are like, I'm like, oh, okay, we went there. All right, no worries. So yeah, anyway, I'm sure you all, I'm actually considering doing I wasn't going to do a reading vlog for it, but I think I will end up doing a reading vlog for it. And I may end up just taking these bits and pieces out of the sprint and put it in. But anyway, let's start the timer, and we'll be back in what was that? That's also on my Kindle for some reason. Sometimes I have no idea who puts these books on my Kindle. That's midnight YouTube watching and TikTok watching Addie. It's got nothing to do with the responsible Addie of during the day. But it's always nighttime alter ego that puts that stuff on and doom scrolling alter egos. So yeah, don't worry, I've got plenty of books on there. I'm like, I look at it and go, I don't know what I was thinking when I put this on here, but that sounds shit. Or wow, that sounds really good. I wonder where I seen that, because I had no idea it existed until I opened up my Kindle and went, oh wow, it's on my list. So yeah. Anyway, let's start the timer, and I will. Coda, you suck. He's sit on the other computer in front of the camera, shaking coffee M&Ms because his Walmart orders just come. You suck, dude. You're so mean. I'm going to go and get honeycomb. There you go. Big bag of it. Let's shake that in front of you. Anyway, I'm bringing the timer up, and I will see you all in 90 minutes. Happy reading, everybody. Hello. We are back. How did everybody go during that sprint? I'm not getting anything done today because I'm dealing with my family because we're going to ACTC and we're trying to work out all the things. I've got copious amounts of messages and all the things, but I think we got to the end of it during that sprint, which is good. So I'm pretty happy that I could probably safely ignore them now on that. So the Ubers are organized, the times are organized, the where is organized. We now have the tickets so they can be shared with us, that which is good. So we all have our tickets. And yeah, and I've been talking to Coda, had some lunch, which I was eating last time. I finished that off. I've done a little, bit of list making, and now I'm doing some execution of said list. So yeah, I have not read anything at all. Sorry, Coda's just showing me something. So anyway, we're just having a bit of a chuckle. Always fun times. So yeah, anyway, he's not even on screen. We're still cracking up laughing at each other. So how did everybody else go during that spring? My day's shot to shit today. Like seriously, it really is. Molly says, Coda, I am still working on my ARC spreadsheet. I haven't forgotten, but I needed more help than I realized. And I think Coda messaged you in. Hang on a sec, I'll ask. Did you message Molly? Yeah. So Coda did message you on Discord. Yeah, on Discord, Molly. Coda's like, what's going on? So yeah, you're probably talking to him right now, right? So, anyway, hello. Oh, you're getting an echo, are you? Hello. Okay, fair enough. I have my other computer set up. We're supposed to be doing content creating, but we're spending more time pissing about than anything else. And now I'm talking over myself. So yeah, anyway, sorry. Happy time zone, Kelly. Welcome on in. All the hellos are coming in for Kelly. That's a little bit later than normal, Kelly. Are you on the road or something, are you? I have not been anywhere near any sort of sprints or anything, so I have no idea what's going on in people's lives or anything today. Addie says I have to go to bed, but I finished my book. Yay! It was really good. Thank you all for the sprints, and I hope you have a nice rest of your day. Thank you for being here, Molly. Sorry, Addie. And we've got Patreon sprints tomorrow too, if you're still here, Addie, as well. I'm just about to send it out now. I'm running a bit behind because you're trying to organise, I don't know, some cats that are jumping around, being my family. Just trying to organise and make sure that everybody's happy with the organisation that's going down. Glenda says, yay for finishing your book. And yeah, it is a good thing. At least someone's getting the book finished, right? Have a good sleep. Take care. Molly, tell me about it on Facebook. Okay. I tried to make it to the chatty bit, but I'm falling asleep at my desk. I made it to page 33 of 344 in A Time Traveler's History of Tomorrow by Kendall Culper. It's fascinating so far. Nice. Hello to Elisha and no on the road for work. But you've got to get some sleepy mornings ahead of you. Yes. Sleepy mornings. I could go to sleep now. Coda from Kelly. Thank you for the sprints. No worries. Thank you for being here, Kelly, even though we didn't get to chat today, but thank you for being here. Good night, Kelly. Have a good sleep. Read lots of kids' books I have on NetGalley, and I have reviews for them. Nice. Look at you go. Worked on planning my Read What You Own challenge next year. Nicely done. Nicely done. See, I'm in two minds whether I want to do the read what you want challenge like I've did it this year. That's another thing that I've got to do. Thanks, Lil. Oh, that reminds me. Update my read what you own spreadsheet. Not spreadsheet, graphics. I don't know if I want to do it again. Because I haven't bought many books this year. And I have read lots off my shelves and out of my Kindle and stuff like that. But I don't know whether I want to do it again. Are you talking to me? I don't have my earbuds in. So you're talking to the hand at this stage? You were saying? I know that you can hear me on TV in a minute. Are you talking to me? I'll just make really clever rules so that you get to buy all the books. Yeah, like you did. Coda's messaging me over there for those that are wondering. Got to 56% in Lady Dragon by A.M. Strickland. Nice. You enjoying it? I finished the book Depository. Low for 4 stars. Good story, but could have used some editing to tighten up the narration around the plot. Okay. Molly sent you a friend's request on Facebook there, Coda. Can't message him until he accepts it. Had a snack break and got to 77% into Amari. He accepted it earlier, Molly. So yeah. And got to 77% in Amari and the Metalworks Menace. Nice. Almost done. That's good. That is good. Hours ago, Molly, apparently. So yeah. So go double check. Also watched Courtney's Bootcamp Readathon announcement. So excited to co-host it this year. Nice. It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm thinking that I might be the resident reminder for pelvic floor muscles because everybody exercises their body, and both male and female. Oh, hi. I just seen your message. It's got shown up at the camera. Molly. So yeah. So I'm thinking that I might do the pelvic floor exercises reminder each day in the Discord. And then because, both male and female have Kegel exercises that they can do. And yeah, so I think that might be my little thing that I'll do the daily reminder to do that, because you should do it daily. And it's very important, especially as you get older, for bladder control and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. So I'm excited on that. Although I am going to miss the last 2 days of it because I will be in the air traveling. So the camera's going to make me fart, I think. Oops, wrong chat. If you could see, he just fell off the camera laughing. We're professional here. If nothing, we're professionals. Not even remotely. That was funny. Yeah, I can do that. Let me just find it for you. It's on Courtney's channel. Tangible Read. Sorry, I read that and thought, I don't think you meant that for this chat. Someone's probably already got it by now. By the time I get to it. Yes. Anyway, there we go. The announcement. Share. Copy. StreamYards. There we go. That's not a B. That would be a B. There we go. There is the boot camp one. That's funny. Mel thought it was hilarious. What flavored Gatorade was it, Coda? The inquiring minds would like to know. Kay's here. Hey, Kay, how you going? Welcome on in. All the hellos. It was cucumber and lime. I did know that. So I could have told you that. Kay says hello to Molly. And Molly says, well, I don't want that in our Facebook chat. Thank you very much. There we go. Yeah, I knew it. That cucumber and lime menace. It's a menace. Glenn saying hello to Kay. Kay, Skylar, and I finished Heated Rivalry in one day, and we're a little more halfway through Game Changer. Jean read them too and finished book one ahead of us. Nice. It's already done. Thanks, Christina. Christina's a little bit slow today. Must be all those dentist drugs that she's on. That. So yeah. But there is the bootcamp readathon again as well. And make sure that you go and check it out if you haven't already done so. I am helping to co-host again this year. Very excited for it. I will be doing, as I said, I think I'm going to do the daily reminders for like just a check-in in Discord for Kegel exercises, pelvic floor, whatever you want to call them. And make sure that we get those exercises in. I will also share some links to Instagram lady that I follow, and there was one on YouTube as well. So you can go and do them, and also maybe a couple of yoga sessions and stuff as well, because we all need to stretch. So keep an eye out for that. It's the best way though. I can't help it. It's the best brown in me. Where just lucky I didn't add hot sauce. No. I'm so happy that you read it, Coda. What did you think? I assume you liked it. The book. So yeah. That's the playlist. Oh yeah, cool. So you'll find more when they are there. Loved it actually, and I think we may start a watch along in January, maybe a bit later. Fair enough. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. What time is it? 2:30. All right, I think we're going to go for another sprint. Most definitely are going to go for another sprint, but I'm just trying to work out the time. Now I've got a few things to do, so still lurking, but didn't finish my book. Just ate dinner, almost a single, and hit double. I don't understand. Bolly comes in. What you drinking, Christina? Ali says good night to everybody heading off to bed because it is getting late. We're going to go into another sprint. It didn't finish. Yeah, I figured that much. You didn't finish your book and ate almost single and didn't double. Not too sure what that is, but anyway, I'm going to bring up the timer, and I'm just going to let the timer roll over. We're going to go into another hour and a half sprint. The next sprint, however, will be a 2-hour sprint because I need to go and do some stuff around the house, get stuff ready for dinner, and possibly even cut a half an hour nap on that because I is tired today. It was huge weekend, 12-hour sprints. I was online from 7:30 in the morning on Saturday until I think it was 9 o'clock Saturday night, and then I was up again and on the laptop very, very, very early until late. Christina, how are you, love? That's great. I knew you would love it. Night to Ali. Christina, are your dental drugs feeling you good, making you feel good? It's hard to type because there is still 2 of all the... We'll get through the rest of the comments before we go. Good night, Ali, and have a good sleep. And Molly says, the longer the better. 100 of the arcs are over here. That's fair. That's fair enough. To review or that you've got to read. Thank you, Glenda. And I can listen but not type. That's fair. And that happens when you take all those drugs. I got to go now. Okay, no worries. Oh, good night to Ali from Coda. And I'm going to start the timer and I'll see you all. Some, both, and just review. Cool. Awesome. Well, hopefully you'll get some time in. So I'm going to do an hour and a half sprint. We'll come back for a chatty bit. Then we're going to do a 2-hour sprint. And then, yeah, we'll see where we end up after that. All right. Let us start the timer. Well, it started and I'm going to mute and I'll see you all soon. Bye. Hello, we're back. How did we go during that sprint? I have been chatting with Coda, and I did Patreon posts that I needed to do, and now I am working on seeing how much I have marked off as far as on my Read What You Own. So I'm just crossing them off at this point. I'm definitely going to have to go through and find all the book covers and all that sort of stuff. So far, just looking at what I've got, I have read 21. I extended it too as well. So it went from December last year to the end of December. So I have read 21 Kindle Unlimited titles this year. I've obviously done my NetGalley quota. I have to have a look and see what I've read off my Kindle. Because I can also use some of the NetGalley stuff as well that I read like past that I already had. So I'm going to go through the ones that I've got on here and see what I've got. I have actually saved some of them into my Speechify. So, and I think I have actually read 23 books off my, it's either 22 or 23. I think I might have just doubled up on one, but because I was talking at the same time. So there's lots of crosses there. I'm still working on my Kindle. At last count, I had, when I last checked in, was at the beginning of the year and marked off, I had actually checked off 12 titles off my shelf. I have read many more off that. I'm over 200 books that I've read, but I have read a lot of NetGalley stuff this year. I've also done a quasi sort of how much money I've saved by reading NetGalley. And since I started NetGalley, I've been approved for 500 books. And if you work out how much I pay for books in a bookstore here and how much I pay for audiobooks on Audible, with all the books that I have got from NetGalley, that equates into $9,000 because I averaged it out and I thought, just a rough average. I didn't get a calculator or anything, but I sort of went, well, they're either this, that, or that. And then I'm like, you know what? $18 is probably the average price in there, right? And so I equated that to the 500 books that I've been approved for, and that's $9,000 that I have saved. So I have not read those 500 books. Of course, I've read 216. It'd have to be more than that now, surely. Let me just have a look. I have read since I started. So this is from 2022. I have read 285. Way more than that. So that equates to, because some books I can get for $12. Some books are like $25. Other books are $32. Some are all your audiobooks here. If I get them off Audible, are $14.95 because I'm a member. So let me just do the math on that. So 18 times 285. So this is from since 2022 when I started. And of course, I really didn't start reading NetGalley until 2024. So $5,130 I've saved if each of those books I paid for was $18. So I can probably include some of those ones off NetGalley as a Read What You Own because they were back catalogued. But I'm going to more look at ones that I've read off my shelf. So I've got to go through my Goodreads and I'm just going to check them off. And then I will get all the covers for the ones that I've read off my shelf. And then I'll get all the covers for my Kindle Unlimited and audio and all that sort of stuff. And then I might just do a rapid fire. I don't know how I'm going to wrap this one up, but it's going to take me a while. I don't know if I'm going to do Read What You Own next year. Coda reckons I should just make up some crazy ass rules, but I'm just looking at the rules that I have here. I think what I'm going to do is just have a physical book goal for next year. Because I think that will be a little bit harder for me because I want to focus on NetGalley. So this year I had like 100 physical books, 25 Kindle, 25 unlimited, Kindle Unlimited, and then 25 NetGalley and audio books, right? But I put in here that I can only request a maximum of 6 books, which a month, which I think I have actually stuck to that. So the main focus is physical books. I must read at least one Kindle or Kindle Unlimited book each calendar month, and my NetGalley ones were included in that Kindle, because that's majority of what's on my Kindle anyway. And I've pretty much done that. There's some months where I've read more Kindle Unlimited books because I've been reading a lot of romanticy and smut and all that sort of stuff this year. So that's definitely on there. NetGalley shelf is included, but I only can request a maximum of 6 books a month. I think in August and in November, I went over that, but there were months where I didn't request anything. So I think that may have averaged out. I'd have to go in and have a look when I requested stuff, but I wasn't requesting much at all unless I was in a readathon. Gifts are okay during the challenge, and so I got a few gifts and stuff, and I can purchase books for the Women's Prize for Fiction content, but only what's on the long list, and I did do that. I also I also bought some Booker ones as well. So I did have some on my NetGalley, and I did actually purchase some because I started reading that list. So that will definitely have to go in there again, that rule. So yeah, they were the sort of the rules that I had. So I think I need to revisit the rules a bit maybe, and then just have, instead of having, although I could probably put it down to 100 physical books and 100 NetGalley books. I think that might work for next year, because I do have, I've got over 100 books to read for 2025. So maybe prioritizing the 2025 ones as, yeah, I could do that easily, because I've read over 200 books this year. Yeah, I could do that, right? I'm going to ponder that. I'm definitely going to ponder that and just do physical and NetGalley books. What do you reckon? Read what you own, 2026. NetGalley. Focus, 2025 books. 100 and 100 physical. And then I think for travel, because I've got a little bit of travel next year as well. So I think that, so if I can only buy secondhand books, and if I'm out of the country, I can buy books. If I'm traveling, I can buy books. I'm not including Savannah's in that. Because I have a ton, like I'm doing Read Around the World, and I've got a ton of books here, and I've got a ton of books on my Kindle as well for that thing. So I think that my Kindle will be included in that, because I own those books. So, well, technically I own them. I've purchased them, so they're on my Kindle. So I think that some of those, but I will actually mark it whether it's a Kindle book or not, and whatnot. So I did create myself a little journal for it that I could possibly get printed off at a later date. So I need to go in and just basically edit all of this. So it's going to take a long time. I don't know whether I'm going to add the reviews for everything, because I haven't done a review for everything, but I can at least put the star rating, right, and just have a digital folder for it. So yeah. Next year, I'm also going to be marking down the books because I'll be reading 2026 books as well, but the Read What You Own will definitely be the focus on back catalogue stuff. So I'm definitely going to try and read a lot. So it's going to be actually harder for me to read the physical books that I have. And I also will possibly be having ARCs sent to me. So those books are also going to technically be, because they're gifts, so they're technically going to be on my shelves here as a physical book. So and this shelf here that I have over here is probably going to be my main focus, and trying to get them all sorted. and all the rest of it. So, yeah, so I think that is probably what I'm going to do with that. So I think that is doable. Like just focus, because I think on my NetGalley for 2025 books, what I've done is I've pretty much all the books that were on the list, I've taken those 2025 lists out and I've consolidated them into one just 2025 books. I've got some 2024 books as well. If I can get to them, I'll get to them. But at this point, like it's a little way off. A lot of them are audio books. But right now, let me just get to it. Books, 2025 books. There we go. Bring that up. There is 120 books on there. Some of them are audio books as well, so I could probably, get them off as well, like get rid of those as well. But yeah, and there's probably some that I've read this month too that I could possibly take off the list as well. Like Survival and Plunder, I've read that, so that can go. Oh shit. I'm just having a look what's on here. And some of these might disappear, like might get taken off because I'll read them before the end of the year. So there's still, because that video is probably not going to come out until the first week of January, maybe even the second week of January, because it's going to take a little while for me to do all of that. I'm probably just going to quickly run through what I read, how I felt about doing it, and all that sort of stuff. I didn't actually buy any books unless they were part of a series and they had come out, which I didn't put as a definite rule, but I did talk. I'm pretty sure I talked about that and that will be another thing as well. I will be buying the books that are part of a series to continue on with the series, because especially if they're the larger books, I want to get those larger books. I don't want to miss out on them, because then I'll have mismatched books and all the rest of it. The Book of Troublesome Women is on my TBR this month, so that should go, and that's going to bring me down underneath underneath that 120. I'm just having a look. Motherland is another one that I'm going to try and read before the end of the month as well, that I can be able to take that off. I think that's about it. But yeah, I've got a fair bit on there that I can utilize. I think that will be a good way to keep me focused on that. Let me know in the comments what you think on that. So, and if you're doing the read what you own, let me know as well on that. All right, let's have a look and see how everybody went. Jane just got back from a book club meeting. Nice. Hello, Jane. Welcome on in. Molly is reading You'll Need a Drink, which is a cocktail recipe book. An ARC, one of those drink is called one of the drinks is called Why You Get Me a Partridge in a Pear Tree. That's funny. I'm going to go to bed since I haven't been able to stay awake for long. No worries, Courtney. Thank you for being here. Good night to Courtney from Glenda. And reading Isola. Oh, okay, Isola means island in Italian. Thank you very much, Jane. I appreciate that, because I couldn't pronounce that earlier today. Thank you for the sprints, says Alicia. No worries. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Good night, Alicia. Have a good sleep. Okay. Picked up the literal box of meds. I went to the grocery store and got the grands some takeaway for dinner. Nice. Welcome back, Just Kiwi. About to ferry over all of the random shit that I can put into the spare room for now. Nicely done. Did a few more kids' books, got caught up on The Biggest Christmas Secret and Advent, and read about 5 pages of Christmas. You filthy animal. Oh, excuse me. This next sprint is actually going to be a 2-hour sprint. I need to go and just move away from the computer for half an hour to an hour. I resumed reading Tony Interpreter. I have this on my list to read as well. I got to 38%. Once I finish this one, I need to submit feedback for it and the other 3 arcs from the past few days. Nicely done. Mel got to 97% in Amari book. I'm hoping it doesn't end on a cliffhanger. Oh, they always do. It got to about 14%, says Jane. Nicely done. And Kay read a manga for review in the next sprint and might start a new book. Nicely done. Glenda got to 94% of Eternal Ruin by Miss Grimmer. I have about an hour and a half left to go. Nicely done. So I'm liking this version of Read What You Own, dollars for reading my physical books, but no penalties or restrictions. That's another one too. That's not too shabby. That I don't mind that. So that's what you've created. So what is the conversion? Each book gets you how many dollars? Whew. I could probably do $2 and then just do secondhand book shopping with it. All right, I am going to change the timer to 2 hours, and we're going to go to a sprint. Where is it? And we'll refresh that. Add. Oh, dear me. We'll bring that up. I don't like. Look, at the end of the day, I read a lot of the books that I have on my shelf anyway. Like, I'm pretty confident that even if I haven't read 100 books off my shelf, I'm pretty confident I've read close to 70, let's say. And if I haven't, I'll be shocked. That's for sure. Oh, the bloody kittens have been in here jumping on the bookshelves, little shits. And they've knocked one of my bookshelves out of the little socket. So I'm going to have to fix that. There we go. That looks a bit better. It's a little bit narrow here. So yeah, so there's quite a number of books that I know that I've read this year that are off my shelf. And so I'm pretty confident that I have done a decent amount of reading. But I'd like to hone it in a little bit more. Now, of course, Coda has sent me a ton of books as well. I've got a couple of series on here that I have read as well, finished up and whatnot. And then I had my TBR cart as well, which I think had 48 books in total. And considering that I didn't focus on that a lot, I'm glad that I did actually get a lot of books read. Do you know what I mean? Off that, I think I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 out of 38 books off the TBR card. Is it? Oh, hang on, no, 10, 11, because I moved. I didn't finish. I was going to read a series, and I knew that I wasn't going to get to it this month, so I've moved that over to next year. So so there's a lot coming in the way of that sort of video content. So I am bringing back the TBR cart thing again. So I will have. However, I've only got the classics that I'm reading next year. I am trying to find them secondhand. I have found one secondhand so far, which I found while I was in Brisbane yesterday, which I was totally blown away by. So I've got a most anticipated off my shelf, and there's a couple of series on there that I wanted to get to this year, and I didn't get to them. They were on my shelf, so I've included them down the bottom, and that turns out there's 26 books down there, so that'll be the 26 that I read in 26, but they are my most anticipated. And what I have done is, even though they're going to be my most anticipated, I've made the series that are on there one book count as one book, but overall there's 26 books there. So do you see what I'm doing there? I've got 12 series on there, 12 books for each month, but the series that has 3 or 4 in it is only classed as one. It's complicated. It sounds complicated, but I think it's going to work. In my head, it's going to work. But anyway, I'll work it out and I'll do a video. I think I did include my ARCs as books owned, Coda's idea, but I need to rewatch my own wrap up from November to see what I decided. That's fair enough. I like the idea of read what you own, but so many of the bigger channels who advertise it don't pay for their books anyway. They get a lot of free books and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, not all of them though, but I do see what you're saying. Look, I've got a massive pile over there that there's easily 35 books in it. And then also my read what you own also includes Savannah shelves as well. So there's books on her, like I've got a pile of her books under here that I want to read. And of course I've got the women's prize for fiction, the booker that I need to be able to buy books for if I haven't got them, because I have content around that. So I have to have that rule in there. But as I said, when you consider the year before last, I read 365 books and a majority of them were off my shelf. And this year I've read, let me just get up to Goodreads. I was going to bring that up before and I forgot to. I'm currently with, what have we got? Let's say 2 weeks left. I'm currently reading Kiss the Basilisk, which is off my Kindle. There's a couple of other books that I've read, which I've still got to work that out. I'm pretty sure I've read 25 books. I'm just getting to the homepage. It's just taking this time. So currently, without all the books that are already sitting in my currently reading, because I'm looking here and I know that 2 have gone off, I'm at 220 books for the month. For the year. So I feel like I'm probably going to be able to do that and do that okay. So yeah, I'll just have to wait and see what happens. I don't know why, but for some reason I've been logged out of my Goodreads. So yeah, but I don't know. We'll just see where we go. I think if I'm out of town, because I'm going to be traveling, there are some books that I want to get while I'm over in the UK. I'm sure I'm going to see some books. So I think limiting myself and not being able to buy a book is pretty stupid. But I think, only buying secondhand books instead of forking out a lot of money is a lot better idea. So I'm going to play around. I'll sit on these, and I've written down a few things, and I'll sit on them and I'll make my rules. I'll copy my digital planner again and do that. And then next year, a part of it is I'm going to have to make sure that I put my reviews and everything in there. So, I know that I've written a lot of reviews this year, so I could probably do a copy and paste, and I could probably do a couple of one-liners and stuff like that. And yeah, and if anybody wants like is doing a read what you own, I guess I can do you up a like copy my journal and then you can use it, put your name on it and all that sort of stuff. We'll see. I might I'll see how I go on that, because that's a lot of work. My goal is to incentivize actually reading books I already have, regardless of how I acquire them, because otherwise I just keep getting more and more and run out of shelf space. Yeah, that's fair. Like I've got tons on my Kindle. Like I think I've got like 1,300 books on my Kindle, in my Kindle library. Like next year I've got all those classics bar one is on my Kindle. And because I'm reading 12, I like to read 12 classics each year, and I've got all of those on my Kindle already, except for 2 or 3. It's just sitting here right now. I know I've read these off my shelf. And there's a pile just over there. I think you just see it just there. If I bring myself up bigger, you'll probably see it a bit better. That pile just there, they're all books that I've read off my shelf. And then, as I said, we had the TBR cut, which had 48, 10 of which I didn't read. And there may have even been more on there. So, and then there's, the series that we've been reading with Seriously Serious. I read 2 Outlander books. I've read the 4 Beautiful Creatures. Yeah, like there's been a lot of books that I've read off, and luckily I have logged them all on Goodreads. I think I've logged most of them. Um, so yeah, I think that I will be okay. I reckon about 70 I've got to, maybe. We'll have to wait and see. I'll let you know anyway in the video. All right, let's start the timer. And of course, I'll see you all in 2 hours. That will get us to 6:30 and leave us with one more sprint after a bit of a chatty bit. All right, I'm basically going to use this as a dinner sprint, walk away from the computer for a bit because I've been sitting here most of the day, and possibly even cut a half an hour nap. So yeah. All right, I will see you all in 2 hours. Happy reading, everyone. Hello, we're back. Sorry about that. I was in the kitchen and I didn't hear my alarm go off because it was in the lounge room. How did we all go? I ended up having dinner, which I had Singapore noodles for dinner, and I watched a little bit of TV, but I mostly just played with the kittens, which is great. I didn't end up having a nap, so I should fall asleep pretty well straight away. So yeah, I don't think I'm actually going to read today. I think I just need a day off of reading and all that sort of stuff. So yeah. However, I did do a little bit more on my read what you own for this year. So I did mark a few off. I got up to, there's a couple that weren't on my Goodreads, so I've got to double check that. But I still have to do my Kindle books. But let me just get it up. I'm only at about 47 books that I've read off my own shelf, but I have read. What are you doing in here? So there's a couple that I've noticed that are over here. That are not okay. Look, stop with the eating of the cords. Kids, little cutie kids are trying to eat all the cords, aren't you? Where's the other one? Yeah, she's down there. But you are the tromper, so you can just stay up here. So yeah, so to be honest, like, I think I should include, like, I've got their physical books, but I've read 48, and I've definitely read more than 25 Kindle books. So I think that I'm going to add them into, I don't know. I'm just going to play around with it, I think. I don't know. But anyway, I've only got 48, and I just looked over there. I noticed that the Marlowe Murder Club, I read that, and that's not on my Goodreads. So I've got to figure out why, what books I'm missing, because I know what books I've read this year. And so, yeah. And I don't know why it's not there, which is very strange. It's very strange indeed, isn't it? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes. So, yeah. No, stop chomping on that. These two little kittens are just menaces when they get in here. Excuse me. No, you're not getting down there to chew. It's bad enough that one's down there. I'm going to get hold of her in just a minute. You see him. Say hello to the people. Look, they want to say hello. Aww. This is Houdini. Houdini is a menace. Aren't you? Aren't you? You're a little menace. Okay, hang on a sec. You cannot be chewing on that. Out you go. Go on. Out you go. Good job. Okay, they're out. So as I said earlier, I've still got 2 weeks left. So, and there's a couple of books that I'll be reading off my shelf that I can. I mean, one's a reread, but there's quite a number of books that I'm still going to be reading off my shelf. So yeah, I think that I will probably go up a little bit on my physical, and then once I double check that I've got everything on there, that maybe not as many as I thought, but that's okay. At least I gave it a red hot go. And whatnot. But I'm just like, when I was looking, I don't know. There seems to be quite a number of books that I didn't see or whatnot. So I'm just going to have to sit down and take notes of it. I think that's probably the best thing. Jean says good night to everybody. That was a while ago now, so obviously Jean would be already gone. I just finished reading my physical book, says Glenda. Awesome. Well done. Nice to hear that someone's finished a book. I got to 70, it says Lils. Nice. 70%, that is. Nicely done. And I had some leftovers for dinner, green bean casserole and some dark rye toast with butter. I got to 89% in Tony Interpreter. A fun book, probably at least 4 stars. That's good because that's actually on my list to read. So yeah. Kitty cats, yes, they're very cute. They're very cute. They're bloody menaces though. Jeez. Man, I just caught that Houdini had got into, I don't know where it got it from, but was flicking around a push pin, and then I couldn't see what it was playing with at first, but I could hear it. And then I looked and I could see this little push pin hanging out of her mouth, and I'm like, "Give me that! What are you doing?" Glenda says, I'll be reading Griffin Sisters, Greatest Hits by Jennifer Weiner on page 80 of 374. Nicely done. It makes me miss my cat. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chris. I do apologize for that. Precious, but so painful. So, yeah, I know. Big hugs to Chris. Hey, like, that's so sad. On that. Do you think you'll ever get another one, Chris, or you're just going to call it and not have any more? No, they're crying because they can't get in, little buggers that they are. Okay, what is going on with this? Anyway, it won't move. So yeah, we are going to be doing our last sprint in just a moment. I think tomorrow, Patreon sprints are on tomorrow. So if you haven't already checked your email, check your email. All the things, all the dates and everything are there. But I think tomorrow I'm going to finish off the Charmed Library, and then I'll read whatever takes my fancy after that, I think. But yeah, I'm part the way through. I think I'm about 30% through the Charmed Library, which it's not a very long book. I'm at 28%. It's good. It's a bit different. It's a little bit slow to get to the actual things that are happening, but they're sort of building a little bit of suspense as well at the moment. But I am liking it. I'm not liking it. I wouldn't say it's a phenomenal book, but it is what it is. It's an easy read, so I'll probably, if I end up going out and cleaning out the studio tonight, I'll probably put it on and listen to it. But I think I just need to have a day off reading on that. I've been pretty much reading every day except for Sundays since October. All right, so let us wrong mouse. It's not gonna work. Let us go over to here, and we are at. We are going to do an hour and 15, so 75 minutes. Is that an hour? Yeah, and then we'll wrap up. All right, that's the timer sorted out. That was a lot of good. My kind of humor. Yeah, I remember you saying that it was funny on that, and I just haven't got around to reading it. So I've got it on NetGalley. I got it as a arc, so I need to really get to it. Hey. So I think not tomorrow, but Friday, I'll be filming my most anticipated reads. I'll be filming the 12 classics that I want to read in 2026. I'm not doing Buzzwordathon this year. I decided I'm not going to do that. But my most anticipated is also my 2026, 26 and 2026. So that's like two birds. And then I will hopefully have my Read What You Own sorted, and then I can film what my new set of rules and everything are on Friday as well. So I'm hoping that I'll have all that done. If not, I'll finish it off on Saturday, and then I'll get them all. And I've also got an announcement video to do as well. So hopefully I'll get all of that done, and then basically, then I'm going to have to just edit all day Saturday. So not a lot of reading is going to be happening for me for the next couple of days. Friday and Saturday anyway. And then Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, I'm with Brendan down in Brisbane for the AC/DC concert on Sunday, and then we're just going to have a day on Monday down there, just cruising around, and then Tuesday we'll probably just cruise home. Slowly might go and do a bit of shopping or something like that, go watch a movie or something. And yeah, we're just going to take a 3-day break, and yeah, then I'll be back on Wednesday for sprints. So yeah, big week coming up. All right, let's no, I can't deal with losing another pet. I am still not over it. That's fair. That's fair enough, Chris. That's fair enough. I can understand that. All right, let's bring the timer up, shall we? And and I'm watching Michelle Pfeiffer's new movie that's come out. Oh, what fun! And I've got a little bit. I think I'm about halfway through that now. So I like Michelle Pfeiffer. She's a lot of people don't rate her, but I actually like her. I think she's pretty good. So yeah. All right, let's start the timer, and I'll see you all in 75 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. All right, hello, we're back. I'm on a different computer because this computer it's not letting me open up anything on the screen. It's gone completely blank. So yeah, I don't know why it's doing that, but anyway, I am going to just shut this computer down so everything will just disappear with any luck. But that was our last sprint anyway, so yeah. We are wrapping up now, and this is, for those that don't know, this is Speckles. We call it Speck for short. So yeah. So I was having lots of snuggles on the couch, and Houdini's just come in here as well, having snuggles with this one. This one's been really shy and hasn't wanted to come out and sort of get cuddles, but today she's been really cuddly and she's been licking me and she's been purring and all sorts of stuff. So she's getting a little bit more braver, and hey, and she's coming out a little bit more, which is really good. So she snuggled up with me, which was nice, and yeah, that's good. I was a little bit worried that she was going to be really elusive, and like she does like to bury herself under blankets and stuff like that. So yeah, as you can see, she's trying to hide and not have anything to do like with anything on the outside world. She just wants to hide. So you can see there, she just buries herself. But she's purring. She actually this is the first time she's actually been this snuggly. So yeah. But it's so funny. Like as soon as she can see the crook of your arm or something like that, she just wants to hide and whatnot. But she's a bit of a chewer too, so that's why I sort of don't want to let her go in here, because she sort of gets into the cords and whatnot. Okay, just bury your little head. She's gone into my lap and she's just gone into the crook of my elbow to hide. But she's purring and she's happy, and that's all that matters. And that they've also just been fed too, so yeah. But this one, the white one was really picking on it when the white one was here. That's why we ended up taking the white one over to Brendan's beforehand, like before it was supposed to. But it's fitted in really well over there as well. I got a photo of her up on the bed with Brendan the other day. And, yeah, so they're all settled in really well. But she's adorable, this one. She's such a sweet little thing. And say hello to everybody. Say hello. Yes, there she is. So she's got half and half her face. She's got a little white nose. Don't you, hey? So yeah, she just snuggles. See, she just straight away, she just hides her eyes. So she's really, really shy, this one. But that is it for the sprints today. I started watching a movie with Rebel Wilson in it and Kiefer Sullivan. It's like, yeah, it spins me out. I see these actors like Kiefer Sullivan, like I grew up with him. Like he just looks so much older. And that, but it's called Tinseltown and it's set in England. And it's a Christmas story. So I finished watching the other one. And yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I didn't mean to touch your ears. It's okay. So yeah, so thanks everybody for joining me today. I really do appreciate it. Let's have a look and see how you all went. I still don't know what Buzzwordathon is after all this. So Buzzwordathon is done by Books with Lala, and basically a word is associated with a book, and you fit a book to that word. So, like for instance, this she done covers and also words. So there was one prompt that for the covers was pick a book that had eyes on it. Other things were maybe a cityscape or things like that. So I did both. So yeah, but I'm not doing it this year. I've pretty much read everything from a Buzzwordathon, but I'm going to give it a break this year. There's a few things I'm giving a break to. Hello, what's wrong? Hello, you're sleepy. You're sleepy. Good girl, aren't you? Yeah. She's looking at me like, why are you still talking? Stop it. Kay's here. Welcome in. Thanks for sprints. Good night to everybody. Good night, Glenda. Thank you for being here. I got to page 106 of Griffin's Sisters' Greatest Hits. Nicely done. Lil's had dinner and a chat with my family. I haven't probably seen anybody in a few weeks. Yeah, because they've been away, haven't they? And that's good. Lils from hello Speckles. Yes, Speckles is very cute. And they are tiny. They're only probably about 5 weeks old. But the farmer was going to dispose of them, and Neroli was there to rescue them. The other 4 that she got have all gone to new homes as well. So they've all gone to their forever homes. They didn't even have to go to the shelter or anything like that. So, which is good. Thanks for the sprints. Glenda says, I received a Patreon email from you earlier today that there's might be Patreon sprints for your Patreon page this week. Yes, that's correct. We have sprints tomorrow. They start at the normal time of 9 a.m. and that'll go for about 5 hours. Tomorrow, maybe 6. We'll see how we go. And then we have Naughty and Nice Book Club also on Saturday as well. So that'll be your Friday night, Glenda. And and your Thursday night. No, Wednesday night and your Friday night. Yeah. And so, we've got all that happening. And then I am away next week. But I do have videos coming out and everything. So you will get to actually see them before anybody else because they'll be scheduled out. As soon as they're done and edited, they go up into Patreon. And I've also got a video from yesterday to share with you. And so there'll be lots of content and everything coming out that you'll get early access to. And of course, you'll be the first to know because you'll get an email for it in your inbox. But that is the last comment for today. Thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me. I feel a little bit better now. I've drank a whole heap of water in the last couple of hours as well. And I've sort of just relaxed and not been sitting here at the computer, and I put my feet up and I've watched a couple of movies. So I'm pretty happy with that. But I am definitely going to be in bed pretty early. But as I said, that is it from me today and also from Speckles. Say good night, Speckles. Are you just going to purr? Thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. I'll catch you all again on a Friday with a coda on the public channel, and I'll see you on my Patreons tomorrow morning. Have a good evening, everybody, and thanks for being here.